Bonjour, bondi, good morning, good evening, depending on the views. And everybody, welcome back to the workshop. It's unfortunately the cocktail doesn't go through the YouTube and StreamYard. We had a nice cocktail yesterday evening, and we had a nice jam session also. But maybe I will put some of the videos on the web. And so we're back. So as a result, the morning is is a little more. So the first speaker is arriving. So there will be a small change because Philippe Caligario was supposed to speak yesterday afternoon. He will speak in probably on Wednesday morning actually. And so today morning we will have Giordano Cabral. And after we'll have two talks about the relation between music generation, games, and emotions, actually. And after that, so in the afternoon, we will have Philippe Pasquier, who was supposed to be this morning, and from Simon Fraser University, and Nathan Fradet. And probably Philippe will be in on Wednesday morning. And Wednesday morning, actually, and Wednesday afternoon, we still have time, and we can include some guests like Mateus, like there's Carlos Arana from Argentine. François Pachet, unfortunately, he sent me email yesterday. Was supposed to participate online. He got the COVID, so he's in bed, but yeah. But so if he's better, he will be able maybe to participate. And Carlos Eduardo Cadu yesterday I got a health problem as well. So bon, it's part of the game. So we'll start very soon, actually in a few minutes. And welcome back on air. Thank you. So we know we have some followers from live followers from Argentina, from France, from United States, and probably other places. We are very fortunate. We are very happy for this. Thanks a lot, Giordano. So I declare the first session of the second day open, and the first speaker will be Giordano Cabral, who's professor at Federal University of Pernambuco in Recife. So just 1 minute to plug in. Thank you.
Aquela ali não pegada bem, então. Não? Eu peguei, eu tô com um aqui. Então talvez seja melhor. Não, porque a questão é pra gente poder estimar no YouTube, entendeu? Não entendi. A questão é como é que eu conecto isso aqui. tela aqui.
Aí
Pode
embaixo
dizer.
tem uma opção.
Eu,
E não, essa aí.
pelo coisinha não tem.
Ok. Baffa, sabe isso aqui?
Aqui é assim. Você sabe, colega, você tem.
Espelhar a tela ali.
Pode.
Aqui.
Vamos espelhar a tela e vou mandar isso para uma tela de TV, alguma coisa assim.
Ah, tá.
Seria para compartilhar, normalmente tem alguma opção aqui. Né?
Baffa.
Tu sabe dizer se tem alguma opção para compartilhar a
Não,
tela
pode ser
do
tudo
negócio
aqui,
aqui? Hã?
Deveria ficar aqui embaixo, entendeu? Do lado desse.
Talvez não tenha, mas eu vou pegar um PDF mesmo.
É, PDF conectado no computador, né?
Computador.
Tá aparecendo o meu compartilhamento aí?
Você quer desligar o seu Chrome aí? O StreamYard? É opção sua.
O meu quê?
O Chrome, porque tá pegando a máscara.
Deixa eu tirar a máscara que é mais fácil.
Resolveu.
Mais fácil. Tô pronto para quando vocês quiserem. Já pode? Já. Jean-Pierre, c'est juste pour dire que je suis prêt quand tu me fais d'accord. Non, pas grave.
So we can start. Sorry for the little technical adjustments. And so the first session we start with Giordano, from professor from University of Federal de Pernambuco in Recife. We'll start. Thank you, Giordano.
It's nice to be here. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Sorry for we are a little bit late today, and for these technical problems. I'm here to talk a little bit about challenges on the adoption of AI music creation technology, and I have some disclaimers. The first one is that I will try to bring a testimony and not actually a research with all the data, because I'm trying to walk the bridge between the academy and the actual use of this technology. And so I thought that bringing in information about this kind of experience is more worthy in this community than the actual technical issues that we faced. So I bring the experience, not exactly the experiments, and I bring questions and not answers. The idea here in the workshops like to provoke discussion. So my idea here is to foster this discussion. So I have a rationale besides and all that, is that we work in a very subjective domain. And normally we work with, it's normal to work with toy problems, like trying to create some music, but it's not a music for real people to listen. It's just a music to exercise our techniques. So toy problems are good to simulate many things, but real world problems pose the hard issues. And we have to face it because we are getting mature in this domain. And I think we are in the point of facing the hard issues about how people use the technology, not only the technology by itself. So we have to make real things, like Bertrand yesterday showing actual music created with technology. It's really good to hear that. And this can create real music, but can be also create products or technology that people actually use, and not that we are going to publish and laisser tomber, and to give it away after that. One thing is that I'm also attached to the industry, because I created music technology companies, and it's interesting to see that some advancements are absorbed by the the technology industry, and we sometimes have more problem in the adoption with the actual music community, the artists, the producers, and all the people in the economic creative circle. So we face some real problems when trying to convince artists to use these technologies. And that's what I intend to bring here. So for me, adoption is a key challenge to advance in this domain. And so we have to talk more about this. So the agenda is talk a little bit about my experience, and after that to bring some of my vision about the domain. So I have many past projects. I won't take along in this, just to contextualize. So in the beginning, the very beginning with Jaber, which is here, 20 years ago, I created software for automatic accompaniment, where we had to do some AI stuff to make generic descriptions of music concrete. So we had like chords and very abstract descriptions, and we actually had to show how to play it for people to learn. So this was my first endurance in this domain. And after that, I went to Paris to work with Jean-Pierre and François Pasquier at Leipzig, Paris 6 and Sorbonne University, but also with the Sony Computer Science Lab, which François led, and also passing some time here at IMPA during the PhD. And the theme was not actually about creation. It was about real-time automatic accompaniment in audio. For me, I was developing an interactive system where someone can just sing and the system will accompany you. So it's a real-time creation, but I was not thinking about it as a creation. And I used several different techniques for modeling how to generate this accompaniment in audio, in real time, and this was challenging. So we had really hard technical issues to face. We had to deal with processing big audio data sets and using MIR techniques to understand this data, etc., and create a model which is capable after that to synthesize in audio, not synthesizing using a synthesizer, but creating actually the audio for the accompaniment. So this was the goal. But in fact, I noticed I was touching two very interesting things. One was music visualization. Another was music creation, because as side effects of this project, as the technology has been developed, I could make things like create for me a chord sequence for a new song which is coherent with my data. So, for example, I put all the songs of Tom Jobim and asked for the system create a chord progression like Tom Jobim. And this was really nice to see a system which could suggest things, and I could change things also. So this is a case of a harmony created by the system. I was very pleased to play this harmony and to embellish the harmony or make little changements or something that I didn't think was working really well, and I could change things. And now I see this is co-creation of music. I was co-creating with the machine a chord sequence, which is part of the composition process. But another thing that I noticed was that I needed new ways of visualizing music, because the music notation is biased. So some things for me was clearer to see and to detect and to understand if I brought a different visualization of the content. So, for example, this here is the Cancioneiro Jobim. These are the harmonic paths of Tom Jobim alongside his career. So we divide the career of Tom Jobim in 5 tomes, and each tome was a book, and I took all the chord sequence in each book, and all the songs created this. You see here, volume 1, volume 2, 3, 4, and 5. We see that he was exploring different paths. In the beginning, he was more conventional. After that, he started to explore things, and we see that he can explore many different harmonic paths. After that, during a period, he is actually minimalist, just some things, but not exactly the conventional ones. And in the end of his career is like an accomplishment. Like I take all the things that I explored, and now I work with anything. So in this one is the whole fused. So this was like a magical thing to see this information in other way. And the thing is, this visualization is useful. It's not actually it's not because it's beautiful. It's useful because we understand, but it is useful for other things. I tried with my ex-wife to foster her to create a song, and she didn't know anything about music, anything. And I just said to her, if you follow the thick lines, you will be very conventional. If you follow thin lines, you will be less conventional. If you follow paths which have no line, you will be really unconventional. And this brought a control for her of how she will construct her harmony. Because she could say, okay, I will start here, after that I come here, but now I will go there. And after that I come back to here. And she was able to build really interesting combinations and sequences of chords. So this, I think, is a clue here that we can bring tools for people, and not only for the musicians, to explore things more consciently, even with no musical knowledge. So that's where I realized that the actual work was not my automatic system. The actual work was how to do this with humans. This is much more powerful, because this has a wow effect. She was like, okay, now I don't know anything about music. And she just chose some points, and I played for her, and she asked, this was what I created? This is really magical. So this is an important point here about co-creation. Co-creation is how to bring people to the loop. And it was conscient for her, the question of familiarity versus surprise, which is central to this discussion of compositing. So she could see familiarity, and she could see surprise. And this is not in musical scores. You don't have this information in tablatures or anything. So how can we provide things like this for people? So the first lesson, much more pleasing offering a tool to humans than making an automatic solution. After that, I worked with many things. I had already a company to teach music with programs, and I created a game company called Music Games. We had much success, and we worked with musical games and security and music education, and technically I worked with meta learning and evolutionary algorithms, forming MIR, etc., etc., etc. I passed some years doing that. Another important experience was with the Flow Machine project, because I worked with people at Sony for 5 years, and after that we continued the collaboration with you guys, GB and Jean-Pierre also. And many things we did, like the Year of Brazil in France, the Year of France in Brazil, a cooperation of 3.5 years with Sony, etc., etc. We continued this cooperation since then. So during the Flow Machines project, we were very active, and we had an issue that machine learning systems brings bias. So if you have a machine learning system learning from examples, and all these examples are from pop, rock, jazz, etc., the songs will be pop, rock, jazz. Because and in the Flow Machine project, it was not only about creating the composition, but actually creating a phonogram. So you actually heard how it would sound like in the jazz band. So we did a great project, in fact, called Brazil, where we tried to fill this gap, to create material for the system to learn using Brazilian music and the richness of Brazilian music. And so it was almost 20 musicians, and we did 600 recordings, and like I didn't find the information, but it's like thousands of lead sheets. And this was an important thing, to be inside the Flow Machine project. And the lesson 2 is this, that we need to think more about the impact of technologies to people, because when I discussed the Flow Machine project with people here in Brazil, people was upset by the fact that there's only jazz and pop and rock. There was nothing to do with the technique. And so for the Brazil project, I actually went to convince people. And it's more or less this division. The red ones were probable detractors. I started calling people, and many people was like, no, someone will get rich using this information, where is the, I don't know if I will allow an intellectual property of this, and etc. And so as we have a trade-off, some things are not really clear about IP, but we also have many possibilities. People could say, there is me playing in the first ever album created with artificial intelligence, but they didn't see this possibility. They was saying, no, someone will get rich with my data. And so in this trade-off, some people paint for a side and the other for other side. So I tried to separate these groups to avoid future problems. And many people, in fact, was like functionaries, employees. I called it human resource. It's just working for the money. Okay, how much do you pay for me to record this? Okay, let's record it. And in fact, I focused on the green and orange people. The orange is, I'm curious, but I don't know. I would take a shot, and people with different levels of suspicion. And we have one exception in all these people, dozens of people. In the end, it was 19 selected, but it was more than 100 people that I talked about this. And only one was really a promoter, someone who fell in love with the system and defended the system, etc. It was like he started representing the system for everyone. And I think this is really related with what we call in the innovation industry this curve of, do you remember, GB? For the early adopters and late adoption curve. Yeah, exactly. So these enthusiasts are really close to the early adopters in the adoption curve. So I think one of the lessons here is we have to learn how to find early adopters. So we need to understand people, their needs, their visions, their problems, their desires. After that, still with the Flow Machines project, I started another initiative that was not about creating a database, but about creating a new album, an album specifically for Brazilian music, especially for Brazilian guitar, which is a passion of François. And I talked with, I collected 46 potential artists. I contacted 36, only 5 showed interest, to make something, anything, a try. And we just got one recording that was not for exactly the album Brasilia, but for another Flow Machine project with a museum, and we actually have a record, the only recording of this endeavor. And trying to create this album, it was really harsh, because I really had to convince people, and people which have already success in the career as a singer, as a composer, or a musician, that we had something. Even if you have names like Sony or Spotify in the Hello World album, etc., people was like, no, I don't know. I won't talk about it. I'm not interested. I will first look what other people are doing. For me, I'm in the academy and in the innovation industry, this is a very bizarre behavior. People not wanting to experiment things. And some people were exception. Like people in Bahia was really open. So I talked with Carlinhos Brown, with the producer of Donella Mercury. I talked with Olodum, etc. I talked with the manager of Ginger. And Spock was the one, is a maestro in Recife, was the only one to actually record something. But the lesson here is that current tools don't match the creative processes. For example, for Carlinhos Brown, I created 3 songs for him, just to show the potential. So I created inside the Flow Machines database, the lead sheet database, Flow Machines, some Carlinhos Brown songs. I took these songs and created 3 new songs called Movimento Browniano, Brownian Movement, 1, 2, and 3, and played to him. And he was like, this is not mine, okay. The machine created, okay, I don't give a shit. And 2, it was rendered in a synthesized way. So it was not that the composition was bad, it's that he heard the rendering of the composition, the audio, and so he did not understand. If I had played in the guitar or with a group, it would be a percussion, it would be probably different. But playing like this with a melody that goes like, he got like, I don't like MIDI, but like this. And so I had all their experience in adopting things, especially products, because I created some companies and we had some success. So D'accord Guitar was a musical system to help people to learn how to play guitar, and we had in 2002 more than 2 million users. Music games have great success. We got top 1 music game for iPad, and we had 3 games in the top 10. And the Turma do Som also had quite a result. So it's not a problem about we don't know how to create things that people will adopt. Is that this domain is really tricky, because people are owners of their creative processes, and this is a pride of people. I'm proud that this is my internal process where I find my way of creating my song. And so leaving this to use another creative process with a technology that many other people will use also makes them vulnerable. So this is really tricky for people to adopt this kind of technology. Turma do Som was a really interesting example I wanted to bring here, because it was a huge. I worked 4 years developing this. It was for all the kids in the F1, I think. I don't know how to say this in English. Fundamental. It's like to 5 to 10 years old. To start to learn music. So we developed many things, and the original idea was let's teach kids to learn music by games, because we were a game company. We are music games, and we were also D'accord, which is specialized in music education. So let's bring it together and make a single project, and we had some lessons learned also. So we actually started with games, and we realized that games were not sufficient to be used by people, because the teachers were not well prepared for that. So we actually had to give the content also, the theoretical content. So we did interactive cartoons to explain the concepts. And all this inside a platform which had a social network inside where people could share things, etc. And in the end, one of the games, it started as a game, but actually we noticed it was not a game, it was an authoring tool, a creation tool. And it's a really interesting, I can show after that, but it's like a very ludic way to kids to create a song. But the interesting thing I wanted to share here with you is that this is a rough estimation. Okay, I talked with the GPs, the project managers, and the PMs, and the old CEO of the company to try to make some estimation about that. The pedagogical importance, it was really clear to me, because it was the music educators who actually told me this quite directly. And the total use is an approximation. That's why I put a range. But the overall is still understandable, even if the data is not totally reliable. The effort in constructing this was like more than half of the effort was developing the games, and quite an effort to develop we created an animation studio inside the company to create the cartoons, the interactive cartoons. We also create a platform. It's more standard, was not that difficult, was work to do, but not so difficult. And the creation tool is really secondary. It was like 2% of our effort in this was in developing a creation tool. But when this was ended, what the musical educators told us was, we have 3 equally important things in this platform: interactive cartoons, games, and a creation tool. So this, which costs us 2% of the project, was responsible for 30% what the value perceived by musical educators. And the value perceived by the users, the actual kids which were using, was not that far from games and interactive cartoons either. So we got like 25 to 35% of the kids using the authoring tools. If we take game by game, the average is that between 16 and 21% of users were actually using that game. And even if we sum up all the games and sum up all the cartoons, we got like 42, 72% or 50 to 80% of use. And so we see that the creation tools were much more important than we thought. And the payback was really higher. So lesson 5, listen to the importance other people give to your work. And all this I did before having more maturity about design processes, before having more maturity about innovation practices. And after that, I noticed how this was obvious, but it was like 2002 or 2010, and this was not really desiccated by people who studies innovation. So the lessons learned there was that games were overrated for us. We put all our effort in this, but it would be better to make some few good games than to make. We created 20 games, and the creation tools were as engaging as games. We have some nice examples of that, and it had more replay value, as we call it in games. Replay value, it means that it's an open world to explore. It's not like a game that you end the game and after that the experience it's the same. In the case of our games, not in the general games. In the case of our games, it was like it has an span of life, and after that it was like repetitive. And for the creation tools, no. It depends only on the diversity of content that you fill the system. And so it's an open world where you can explore, and this actually engaged people, even people with TDS and how do you say transtorno de déficit de atenção in English? Attention
deficit problem.
Even kids with attention attention deficit was like 2 hours in this tool. And when in the domain of games, when we analyze things like forms of fun, we see that this had relation with many things about the concept of beauty, of the immersion in a system, solving a problem intellectually, etc., etc., but mainly with one of the forms of fun, which is creation. The simple fact of creating things, it's enjoyable for us. And we love doing this. Create things is one of the basic forms of fun. And one of the points here is we want to keep this as a fun thing or not. So currently I'm doing many stuff, but in greens the things that touches this workshop more related to the workshop. So I'm working mostly with Philippe Calegario about computational creativity in many domains, but music, lyrics, and games are the main ones. I worked since, 2005 with MIR and continue to work with this. And I work with music visualization. But I also try always to make these connections with what we are doing academically and the actual world outside. So even the academic events is like popularization of science projects. For example, Jean-Pierre went 2 years ago to a Semana Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, it's the National Week of Science and Technology, which I organized, which is an event for the popularization of science. And maybe Calegario will talk a little bit about Eva and Marty and the how do you say mostra in English? mostra,
In the exhibition.
an exhibition of works, etc. And I'm wanting to create this project called Humanomatic Music. So you keep this name after you, if you see it, you remember me. And I think that among everything discussed there, I have two questions which are pertinent to this workshop. The first one is about the co-creative process. Co-created, because this is my belief and my interest. I'm not anymore interested in systems purely automatic, but I'm really interested in the process of creating this and how we connect the ones developing the technology with the people who will actually use this technology. And to have more maturity in evaluating more objectively the results. And one of the things that for me is especially important is novelty, the concept of how do we create novel things, not only good things. We are sometimes too obsessed with the quality. We want the perfect song, etc. But I think our processes, if create too many good songs, but too similar one with another, is not very diverse, so not that interesting. And if they are diverse, but not different from other things that happened before, it's not interested neither. So how do you create something actually new? And I am not obviously interested in the techniques needed for that. The beginning of my career, all the PhD, etc., was in the technique part, and in the explicability of this also. I'm also interested in this, but mainly about the user experience of the co-creative process, and how this keep the joy of people, how people have a sense of control, and how people have a sense of belonging and ownership. So lesson 6, less focus on quality, less focus on quality and automatic system, more focus on user experience and co-creation. The second thing that I'm working that I think is related to the workshops is the new forms of visualizing music. And my point of view is that a writing system, a notation, a music notation, is a natural interface to co-creating systems. So, for example, when I created chord sequences, it's just a text. I can edit a text. And so it's a natural thing to way of communicating with the machine, because you have a lingua franca. How do you say lingua franca? It's lingua franca in English, I think. But normally we take for granted and we use scores. Like this is the way of representing music and this is the way. And this brings a bias to the music creation. And this also has some limitations in expressivity. So we limit the access to people because few people actually know how to read music. So this bothered me a little bit, to use a system whose interface is based on scores, because this limit to people that are musicians and educated musicians. And remember, systems are not only for musicians. We are actually doing technologies where allow other people to create things that they want, but they don't have the skills or the knowledge to do. So I'm working on different visualizations and etc. So this is one of the things I'm working with. So I think that new visualizations may establish new interfaces. And after this experience, I will try to systematize some main challenges that I saw. It's not all the challenges possible. It's just the main ones that I witnessed in my story. So, if we take the musician as a persona, we have normally these things addressed by the media, by scientific papers, etc. But these are the extrinsic issues. For example, I have fear of the unknown. I don't know what this is. I have technophobia. So I think that the artificial intelligence is going to take my place, or the tech industry as a villain. Somebody will get rich using me. Or I think it's too difficult, or I'm unfamiliar to new paradigms, etc., etc. Or I have an economic vision that impels this interpretation that this is bad to use technology for this kind of thing. And normally, we are discussing this kind of thing. When you see all the news about the subject, it's about how is the intellectual property, how who is the owner of the song, and etc., etc., etc. But if we take the musician still as a persona and try the intrinsic issues, why he, even if he's an enthusiast, why he or she doesn't use this technology? This is a question I think we should try to answer. It's not to people that are detractors, but people who are enthusiasts, they are not using it neither. So this is a problem. Houston, we have a problem here. So one of the things I noticed is that aesthetics plays an important role, like in Carlinhos Brown, which saw a new song from him and was like, this is a MIDI. And this was not important, but for him it was apparently. And sometimes also because I just put in airplane mode, otherwise I'll be... It's important also to pay attention when we develop systems which are more agnostic to musical styles. Many people feel disconnected to the tools, and normally fully automatic systems do not engage. That's why co-creation, etc. Other thing that we also addressed here, they don't feel the resulting music as his or hers. Don't have a feeling of ownership. And remembering, open world is more than highly parameterized systems. Your decisions, this brings this feeling of ownership about the result. And this was a more deep thought, is that of others not considering him or her as the author. So I try to discuss, it's been some years that I'm discussing with actual composers and musicians who lives, the professional musicians, professional composers, etc. This is a thing that they only say when you have a deep relation with someone, because it's hard to say. But if you take that a non-musician, last thing, the creative processing is not appropriate. So I got finally some exceptions, people who wanted to use systems, okay, let's give it a try, etc. The creative process are not appropriate either because they resist to change, because they already have a process and don't want to use another process, or, and this is really important, or the new process is less enjoyable. Because, okay, I created, but it's not fun to do like this. So how we will convince people to use system largely and create new things, etc., if the whole process is not enjoyable? So we have to pay attention to this kind of thing. So this is why I think we have to work more on interfaces with people. And that, I think, it's one of the themes that Philippe Calegari will talk about. And last thing, the actual results are still not impressive. So when I presented this to, don't know, Carlinhos Brown or Daniela Mercury or Lodum, etc., it was okay. I do better. Well, like this. No, I call people and we do a much better thing than this. And so I'm just trying to share the impressions that I got in this experience. And but we almost always focus on creating for musicians. And the fact is that if we get a blue ocean, we will work with non-musicians, not with the musicians. The musicians already have their creative process. They already know how to compose music, etc., etc., etc. This is really, really, really valuable for people that want to create music but don't know how. And at this point, we don't hardly work on that. The industry is taking the lead, developing products directly for non-musician people, etc., and they are creating this path, which we are ignoring. I don't know, maybe we are not ignoring. I'm the ignorant who doesn't know the reference, okay? So please be patient with me. But it's my impression anyway. So for the non-musician, the first problem is that this is a negative scope. It's not a scope. So you don't define a non-musician. Non-musician is everyone who is not a musician. So you have dozens or hundreds of non-musician personas. And there are too many uses and too many objectives. So this here are some of them where I actually worked with. So automatic music piece for a game, royalty-free music for YouTube videos, or someone who would love to create music but don't have the knowledge or the skills. And so you answer, which skills do you have? So there are people which say that they don't have any skill. And for example, kids try to use some systems, but just to play, see the result. And this is what I call the creation by curation. We have many examples. We play, we heard, this, I liked this, I keep this this segment. And after that, I try other things and I curate and I choose this one and I do a collage, etc. In the end, you have a music. Some people have lyrics, which they wanted to have music for lyrics, and people who actually have an idea of music, like they ham the music, like they are able to sing a melody alongside with some lyrics, but don't know how to harmonize or to make arrangements or anything. So each one will be a different persona maybe, or meet different needs, etc., etc. So this is a very, very, very broad community, and we are not addressing because it's like we not take it seriously. We think this is not serious music, and maybe this is some prejudice of us. And so I would like to provoke you that we don't know. I don't know. I didn't came here with answers. So I confess that I don't know either. Which are the barriers of adoption? I witnessed some ones, but the co-creation seems to be part of the solution because the appropriation it hinders the question of intellectual property, because you have also did something, so this is mine because I was there controlling the system, and we have agency and this stuff. But remember that even enthusiasts are not using the available co-creation tools today. You have some people using, I know, I accompany, etc. But there are, if you try to reach the musicians, the artists, you will see that there are many musicians interested in this, trying to learn and understand. If you do like a talk for the musical artist community to talk about this and talk about the possibilities, they will come. And even if you get in the end 10 people interested in working with that, they are not using. Even if you say you can use this, in the end they don't use. And you follow them. So some of them I followed because I became friend of some of these artists. Up there, you see, we don't know the barriers and we don't seem to bother. And we need to create bridges to communicate better with other people from other fields. But my general provocation here is, are we working on the good tasks? So I don't have the answer for that, okay? But some ideas of how to have these answers. First thing, empathy maps. So which personas do you are interested in working with? In which situations? What are their needs, their desires, their problems, and how do they feel about music creation? And how do they feel about this technology? It's not what they think, it's what they feel. So, empathy math, what do they see, what they say, what they do, what they hear, and what they think and what do they feel. So this is important to create an empathy map for each possible persona. Second thing, elicitate the process of creating music. So I took the 5 last songs that I created. I did not have the time to do a large research, but I like to compose. So I took the 5 last ones to check how was my personal process. So in one of them started with accompaniment. I tried to create joyful but not too obvious chord sequences and explore rhythmic phrases, and this is a loop. And I liked the loop, so I went to the part of lyrics and melody. So I tried to put the melody on this together with the lyrics, and both quite at the same time. So write the lyrics which fit the mood of the music. So the music was like the input to me to think about what I will talk. So I didn't have the narrative before or the idea about what I'm wanting to do. I just tried some chord sequences. And after that, or together with that, create a melody fitting the mood, the harmony, the rhythm, and the metric. So this was my process in one of the songs. So this is like a loop, internal loop. So this goes back and forward because, okay, let change a little feel the structure, let's change the chord. No, here I have a surprise. No, this is too obvious, etc., etc., etc. And after that, the whole structure is ready. I worked on embellishments and modifications. So this was the process of one of my songs. I wrote this as a more conventional business process notation. But we can write down the way we want. So this is one other song where I started to create a groove. And as I didn't have a group, I don't know if you already compose in groups, like rock groups, etc. It's normal to compose with the band. And how do you compose? Creating grooves. So the groove is so, people are playing, so I play drums and someone play bass and someone's playing guitar, etc. And somewhere it works. And when it works, okay, keep this, remember this, etc. And if we are alone, it's really harsh to do this. So I simulate this using this kind of loop systems, which I play like chords, or I play drums. I experiment changing the order. Sometimes I start with the drums with no harmony, just to have the energy, and simulate this with systems. And after I find curious things, I try to bring structure to this, and after that give meaning or arrangement, etc. Other cases, top down, bottom up. So starting with improvisation, rhythm, melody, harmony, structure, and meaning in narrative, or the contrary also happens. Start with a narrative, after lyrics, after melody, harmony, rhythm, arrangement, etc., etc. This is specifically using digital tools. So one of them was, I have some music with no lyrics, I have some poems with no music. Let's try to match things. So it's a kind of thing that I love to do, because sometimes they occur to me separately. And so the effort of adapting one for the other, it's a compositional task that's not, I never saw this as specific in some paper, like this is a task of composition. And this other one was specifically using AI tools. So using AI to generate music examples, choosing some ideas, try good transitions, because it has some good ideas, but they are fragmented like on Frankenstein. And we try to have good transitions to give coherence to the piece. After that, thinking about the structure, like repeat this, etc., etc. And after that, this is like one path, and the other path starts with like a melodic structure. I try to use tools to help, AI tools or general tools, to help with lyrics. This was part of one research, one ex-PhD of us were doing, but he abandoned. But it would be really interesting. It was AI tools for generation of lyrics. But it started with simple things like analyzing trending topics, having suggestions of rhymes, and systems to find matches between metrics, about melodic metrics and metrics from the text, and try to align things, etc. So this is another example. And the end of this was giving meaning. It was only one exception for me that started with a meaning, and after that took form as a music. So I don't. It don't matter if you represent this way or this way or this way or this way. I think it's important to elicitate which tasks we can work. And not only the tasks, but the subtasks and the sub-subtasks, etc. And one particular tool which are really interesting, and I think this is the main tool that I would like to talk about with you, are journey maps. And journey maps have lots to do with what Jebe talked about, the dramatic arc. Arch, I don't know. Arc, okay. Curve. Because you have many different tasks when you compose something, when you create something, but some tasks you are very happy, other ones not that, and here you are unhappy. And so these can be used to prioritize where to work, what we can work. Other way, we work and we will build a really impressive system to create exactly the task where people are happy. And when you put this, people will say, okay, but I prefer myself. It's good to create this way. I don't want to do this. So remember, one of the axioms of innovation, the worst thing to do is create something that no one wants. So that's what we are doing if we don't think about it. So I propose that we work on creating a journey map of the music creation. This is not an answer. This is just an instance of myself in this experience of these songs, where I have many high-level tasks, like experimenting some chords, choosing rhythm, singing a melody, and etc. So if I start with an idea, okay, for me this is not a great thing. But experiment with chords and melody and rhythm, for me this is the main part of the composition. I feel well, etc. I create lyrics, not that much, but choosing things like parameters in the systems, for example, for me it's really boring. adjusting lyrics to melody is hell, and improvements and embellishments, it depends on the result. But check for plagiarism for me is that torture, because when I create things, I always feel that it already exists. So I always get like too much time to see if maybe this already exists and I'm just plagiarizing and I don't know. So checking for this for me is torturing. If you gave me a system just for that, I would use it at the first time, because for me this is where I'm really unhappy. And after all that, I sing and play the song, and this is the great moment. So for example, if you have a system where you have the work of doing all this stuff, but it's a system who sings and play, who performs, for me, I will not use it. That's not because it's bad. It's because for me, in my journey map, me as a persona, this is the most enjoyable part. So if you take this for me, I will not do music anymore. I will do just computer science. So this is my provocation. If we detect tasks and subtasks and sub-subtasks where the experience of creating music, including with digital tools, which are considered bad, uncomfortable, or where the user feel incompetent about it, in these cases, adoption can be significantly improved. And this is the provocation that I would like to bring you. Wow. Thank you.
Wow. Some comments, please.
Tem que estar funcionando.
Oh, this is too great. I don't know what to say.
Ah, legal. Eu tenho que...
Thanks, Giordano. It's been a really great way to start the day. It's an act of ideas. It's interesting because those products are not new, and I like the fact that you go back to some...
Can you speak just a little slower to understand everything?
Sure, I was saying thank you. Great way to start the day, and lots of good ideas. So these problems you bring back are interesting because they're also not new and very generic in innovation, and some of the tools you propose here I think are really interesting. Because I'm in a school where there's a lot of designers, they always bring back those things there.
Mm-hmm.
But what's interesting is to see an historical perspective. I don't know if you thought about that regarding previous tools, because in a way we're talking about augmentation and automation, which are the two things that happened with the Industrial Revolution. We did it already. We did it with machines.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're doing it with cognitive tasks, with computers. And it does that with machine, with Luddites, and when we try to automate how to do sewing, for example, there were riots. People were really, really angry, fearful that they would lose their job, fearful that those things they like you would disappear. And then it turns out that automation never really happened, and to this day, in the industrial world, we don't completely automate things. There's always human operators, and it's often augmentation and more augmentation, and we try to find the pain points, exactly the process you just described here, and try to improve upon it. So I just wanted to answer your provocation by just wondering if you have thought of that historical path, regarding automation.
If I have thought what?
Of the history of it, and look back at non-computer science. In a way, because what we're building is new instruments, new tools, right? And if an instrument gives someone new affordances, they will use it. If it removes them, some of those.
I'm really aware of the innovation literacy, because me as well as Jeba, we are the head of the main institute of innovation in the northeast of Brazil, and this touches strategies, touches design, etc., etc., etc. But I think you touched the point, a very important point that I actually forgot to put here, is that sometimes we we focus on the negative part to create some new thing. Like, I want to find the pain of the user. I want to find the inconvenience, the problem, the uncomfortable part, etc. But when you think about augmentation tool, it's like the positive part of innovation. It's not a medicament for a disease. It's an object of desire. How do you create something where people will desire to have and which will expand their experience? And so this is really a drive that we can use actually, because sometimes we are able to think about this kind of stuff, and people who are the actual users, it's like Ford saying that people wanted faster horses instead of cars, or Steve Jobs saying that it's not the job of the user to know what they want. If you think about augmentation, it's really like what the flow machines did, for example. It's you don't know how to compose like Mozart or like Tom Jobim or like anyone that you love, but you can with this thing. So it's not actually because this uncomfortable, etc., 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 but because you will open a new possibility, and that I think you are completely. I completely agree with you, and I actually forgot to talk about this. And this demands other types of tools, of design tools, because this is really tricky to work with. And in fact, my experience with companies, with game companies, with music technology, etc., we were never doing the negative, the pain side. We did not create a game for people. Oh no, people are having this problem. It's the contrary. You create things that you see that people would like to have, and so this will be an object of desire for them. And so I think the augmentation part is more in this positive side than in the negative side, and this demands other kinds of tools. But I think it would be really great to start with this one, because this is the basic thing. It's like the first thing to do. We teach innovation, for example. The first thing to do is to have clarity about these things. After that, we work on higher levels of conception. So I agree with you, and and we can continue discussing the subject. Tem uma do YouTube aqui. I will answer a YouTube question. I think it's in commentaries. It's here, excellent work.
Yeah.
So, Carlos Arana, excellent work. Giordano, I would like to know more about the developments you have carried out related to the application of AI, machine learning, especially applied to music education. Good question, Carlos. Because music education, I work with many things. In music education, I work not that much with machine learning. I work with machine learning in general edtech, technology for education. And normally we have technology which is external to the learning teaching process, like analyzing data, all this data mining stuff about educational data. And I worked a little bit about this, to create adaptive systems to prepare adolescents to the ENEM, which is the general exam to the whole Brazil to enter the universities. So I work with this, for example. So we gathered lots of data of all the simulated tests which were available, and we released this as games, which were able to see where people have difficulties and how they can, where to improve, to study for this exam. So this kind of external thing, I worked a little bit, but normally I think it's really interesting to do AI for the teaching learning process. So this I think is a really powerful thing to do, but it's just I didn't have the opportunity of applying this to the music education specifically. I don't know if I answered. Sorry. Philippe, I think you had another question.
Philippe. Carlos, feel free to speak also. If
you yes, exactly.
Well,
I'm trying to unmute myself because I'm not. Now we are hearing.
Well, hello. Hope you hear me well, and I really like your presentation, Giordano. I think it was it covered a lot of my thoughts and of my impression related to the application or how we musicians feel about the application of AI in our profession and in our career. Lots of same thoughts. I was very pleased about that, and I'm doing my research in that particular point. I asked you in the application of deep learning techniques in music education, and I'm aligned with your thoughts in terms of going to the positive part of it, not to the negative, because I think that education is the most engaging and is one of the most engaging aspects of our passions, because if we are passionate about music being educated is one of the positive parts of it. So I'm working on that, and I also really liked your works about the Tom Jobim harmony. I was actually playing one of them here with my guitar. So well, I have nothing more to congratulate you about your work, and looking forward to be able to have some communications or the possibility of exchanging ideas or future works, whatever it might arise. But especially congratulate you for your work. You were very clear, and you open really very interesting possibilities of debate with your last question. I think it's a very good field to debate and to talk about in this particular Congress here. So well, that's all. Thanks.
Feel free to.
Yeah.
Pode liberar aí. Thank you very much, and feel free to join us and to discuss.
To discuss maybe.
Not only here in Brazil, specifically have three teachers of UFPA here, and we are very aligned about this more design-based approach of this kind of technology. So we want to cooperate more with people around the world. So it's really a pleasure to hear that. Thank you. Bertrand?
Thanks very much for your excellent presentation. I don't really appreciate, but I'm really very happy to hear what you explain, because I'm not working in the same field, because I'm more interested in the, let's say, professional.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very interesting to see that what you're explaining, I fully understand it, because in fact we have the same problem. It's not, I think, related to the fact that you're working with non-musicians.
Yeah.
I think we're facing exactly the same problem with the musician. So I'm very happy to hear that. And I ask for your slide after.
Okay, sure. Sure.
And actually, yes. Well, everything is recorded, but I will ask for all the presenters for the slide, and I will put put them on the side so it
Sure.
will be also more easy. Before going to pass baston back to Philippe, yeah, really, I think you really you smashed it, because you really got to the some very fundamental points. This issue of non-musician. This is true that we always focus on the musician, and also somehow, and it relates to what Philippe said about the automation. We focus also on always, and this is human. We are only human on the easy part.
Mhm.
It's the part we, in a way, it's the easy way is just to try to automate what we think we understand. And as you say, the uneasy part, the hidden part, the fear part, somehow the not, I would say demoniac, but we don't want to tell.
We avoid it, right?
Yes, we hide it. We
Mhm.
hide it as human beings, and somehow this is the most important part exactly to complement, to augment, to be
Mhm.
augmented. But we still somehow we're struggling with our demons. I mean, we want to automate, to try to automate too much what we think we can do, and when actually we should do the others, the reverse, that is try to augment and to complement what the difficult part, etc. So I really found your talk very, I still have to digest it.
It's the good thing about not bringing answers.
Yeah, and the small difference between the fear of automation and the love of augmentation, because augmentation is empowering. So all those points are really driving home for me. But to follow up on Carlos, I have an actual question this time, which is you mentioned an interest in explainability.
Yes. Can you repeat?
You
Sorry.
mentioned an interest in explainability, and that's something I've been interested in as well. We've got a paper coming up, but not on music, more on design of AI systems, because explainability becomes an important part of making AI acceptable,
Yeah.
not just for musicians, but in general. And I wonder if you can say a little bit more about explainability
In fact,
that
for-
field,
yeah.
related to some of the work you do on visualization.
Yeah. For me, I was always fascinated about people who actually can explain their passions in music. And we have some people here. So Gebe, François, Jean-Pierre, people where I know, in this case, love to explain why things are good, etc., etc. And I think this gives really value to music. And when you hear to music, you understand things. And so, in fact, I try to do this by visualization. So this, one of the works started with a question which was not a scientific question. It was just a provocation to make people answer. It was, who do you think is a genius or a genius piece of work, and how do you draw it? To explain for a completely low person, a non-expert.
Average.
Yes, for an average, non-educated people. So this is a challenge with someone from graphic expression. This was her education, was diplomated in graphic expression. So this was a question just to put people to try to explain things, but not with the musical terms, but graphically. To try to communicate with her, for example, which didn't understand the most part of the concepts. And when we find representations, for example, that representation with the circle of fifths and the different chords, etc., and you see paths, I can explain harmony, really deep harmony, for people, because I can show things. And it was really nice to do this, because I had this See, Caetano Veloso is closer to the Beatles than to Chico Buarque, which was the other guy who was like disputing with him, like the great composers of MPB, etc. And I got, when someone asked, why you don't like this kind of music? And it was hard for me to say, the chord progression is obvious, and this annoys me because it's so predictable that becomes irritating. But I cannot explain this just theoretically because it doesn't make sense for people. But when I say, see, this is the path all people do, and I took the major popular styles, so funk, forró, axé, whatever. All styles had the same signature, like the same. It's saying that they are only exploring this path, the same path, exactly the same path. And so I can explain for people that's why it's irritating. If you were below a raindrop dropping in your head, you become irritated. Why? It's just a drop of water. But as you predicted, and this is a frequency, really steady frequency. So as you predicted, and the drop falls again and again and again. This is an unknown torture in the military regime here. One of the tortures was to take someone here and just put 3 days of a drop falling in his head, and people became crazy. So you can explain things because you have a language to talk to people, which is not the traditional, really dense language of music. Which we have this meme. This is not rocket science, and someone play music, and the guy in NASA. This is not music theory. It's about the same thing. And so for me the explainability comes through the visualization part. That's the meaning and the use of visualizing things.
Questions? No. One question.
Thank you. Vou sair daqui do estúdio.
Mateus, we play the because the transition to the game, actually, because Giordano is working a lot on the games also, and actually Giordano, while Bruno and Gustavo are playing, maybe say a word about
To see
Someone forgot this. It's fine.
Okay,
that
we have
an institution started in
A solução mais
called
óbvia
SET. Became the digital is a cluster, economic cluster of digital companies. Almost 400 companies. No, that's okay. It's almost 400 companies, etc. We are in the origin of this, and we are innovation institute. So it's a main innovation institute in Recife. And Economics is one of the big ones in Brazil. And we actually work with all the big companies around the world. And we have like 1,000 something employees, etc. And it's interesting to see that the head of this became economic and computer music domain. Our experience in dealing with technology, people, art, design, etc., finished by leading us to is Cesar. So Cesar, it's you are open to collaborate also. We have mainly development projects and digital transformation, etc. We have the Cesar School, which is a faculty of computer science and design, and we have entrepreneurship and experimentation part also. So feel free to check out Cesar, CESAR.org.pr. And we want to internationalize, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. It's one of the main topics of today's internationalization.
And just, you said it, but Cesar created his own faculty and post-graduation program.
Yeah, exactly.
Not as a competition to
Cesar is a faculty of computer science and design, and we have all the levels of education, even in the pre-university, the ensino médio. We have some schools for game development, etc. We have a graduation, master, and doctorado, não vai ser PhD.
Geber was president of Cesar, Mr. President, and you are?
I'm the president.
You are the president. Ah, yes.
That's my successor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
In fact, I'm the chairman.
Chairman.
Because it's the president of the board, the head of the board.
No, we have time. So much important stuff.
Eu acho que não tá carregando, não. E o pior de tudo, meu computador não funciona.
Oi?
Não. Ainda não foi, não.
Não?
Eu acho que é o adaptador mesmo, porque o seu, esse aqui também não tá carregando.
Não, mas estava antes. Aqui no meio também.
Ah, mas olha, não tá
Agora
carregando.
eu tirei o cabo.
Ah, tá, justo. Não, é o dele, isso mesmo. Porque não sei. Não, sim, mas não tá. Não, dele tá carregando, só que não tá carregando. Tenta botar naquele branco lá, assim. Ah, tá.
not
Not
very
starting.
fixed
If you can.
schedule
Sorry again.
presentations timely.
Because of recording. So.
Okay, so I have to start again because the sound was with a problem. Just to say, I'm happy to be here. Lots of dear friends, and we share some common problems when you talk about narratives and music, as I understood with the beautiful talk about by Giordano. Let me provoke as well, and also to ask for ideas and suggestions to make the connection between narrative and music. I don't understand nothing about music. I'm like the ex-wife of Giordano.
Very good subject for us.
Yes, so use me for this. But I think you have expert here with experience in both sides, games and music and also narrative. And so I love when you call the Gb Ramalho. I love this style of saying his name. So you can help us, Gb, about how to make the connection. But let me try to show you that narrative is very complex as well. Right? And so that's where we started. We have an idea many years ago to visit Vladimir Prop, a Russian folklorist, and he proposed that fairy tales, Russian fairy tales, use 31 functions and 7 characters, roles. And what we did was to change one of the roles from princess to victim, and also we generalized and proposed to organize the functions in 4 stages. So that's what we did. And it's not to read here, it's too small, but just to say that we reorganized how Prop did. But anyway, we are Propians in the sense that we adopt his ideas. And what we learned is that we can model causalities implicit in genre conventions as operations in planning. And operations is like this example here. You have preconditions and the effects of post conditions. And sometimes you have non-deterministic situations like the operator here, you don't know which effect you'll have. And then we tried several applications, starting from 3D games, and also in interactive comics, and also in the augmented reality, and also with video-based interactive storytelling. When my son said that's really rubbish, that's nothing, I said, well, that's a new form of art. And so I didn't succeed to convince him, but I think it's a new form of art. It's different. I realized after the talk today that perhaps the word co-creation is not appropriate. Because when you say co-creation, you say the machine is creative. The machine is not creative, not at the moment, but humans are. So you never used in narrative the expression co-creation, but we are really asking the user, the player, to be partner, to be a co-author, and he's very pleased to, without noticing that he is a co-author. And he has some sort of pleasure to do this. And so the application we did here with planning, with the Propian ideas, was that you interact in the narrative. And the author, the original author, is surprised by the results because you have things you didn't expect at all. For example, in this short story about a princess kidnapped by a dragon and a hero that has to find a special force, magical one, and fight with the dragon, and at the end, he marries the princess. And the students are very good to provoke us. And so you saw, for our surprise, different versions of the story from two heroes, and the heroes one fight and do the dirty work, and the princess chooses the other one, the lazy one. And then in another story, completely unthinkable, the two heroes married, not the princess. And also, you have some sort of the student, I'm going to kill the princess. So the story, it will end. But for our surprise, the hero was so upset that he killed the dragon with cruelty. I mean, taking the skin off, some nasty scene. And so, okay, I'm going to kill both heroes. And the princess went to the convent. So, in another story, this one was augmented reality. The princess was a very vain person. She loved how she looks. And for some reason, the students broke the mirror. The comb was lost, and she was so depressed that she took a poison. We forgot the poison in the scene because it was an event in the beginning of the story, and she commits suicide. So she suicided, and so that's what attracts us to explore how we interact with the interactive narratives. And so I'd like to move on, and that's very technical slides. I'm going to be fast to present it, but I think I can explain how difficult it is to work with narratives in an interactive way. We tried in this experiment to generalize quests. In games, quests are paramount subject. And so we proposed to have a branching quest. So as a game designer, you design a branching quest, several goals from an initial state, X0, S0, and then you have a goal 1 and goal 2 and so on. And we defined a branch as a planning problem. So you have an initial state, you have operators, you have a goal, and then the planning system generates a sequence of events. E1, E2, E3, and then you are here, so have a bifurcation, and then you decide, or the system decides for you, and then you do another planning operation here, and then you go in a path. So I call the path P1 for the player number 1, and that's the quest, the current branching quest. So this is what the story is prepared to be experienced. So we also developed, in order to have another degree of freedom, a preference model. In this case, the preference model choose at the bifurcation what you are going to do. And in this case, we use a neural network at each bifurcation, and then you use the personality traits, the optional big 5, in order the system to choose which path in the branch quest. Also, we defined a desired story arc. So I'm a designer. I like to have in this game traditional 3-act story arc, and then I can write this in this symbolic way, like plus, 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 minus, and I can convert this into numbers. And this path here, you have also the same thing. You have, because you have in each of the events, the operators have a tension parameter. So you have how you are increasing or decreasing tension as you move along the path. And so I can convert these symbols into numbers, and then I can work with the desired arc and the current arc I have. But more than this, anyway, some of those ideas are in this publication quite recently at SB Games this year. Just to say why you define how you define a story, a desired story arc. You have here the 3-act in this case. So you have a piecewise linear story arc to make things easier to work with simple numbers. And then you have also other options when you talk about desired story arcs. This one was invented by the group. It's called The Fall and the Rise of the Grail Hero. It was a nice idea from Professor Furtado. Most of you know him. He is a legend in database theory. He won the Peter Chen Award, the only Brazilian to get this award. But he reads medieval French. I can't believe that. And he writes books. He's a celebrity in Arthurian literature. And so he's our connection between narrative and computer science. And so I love to talk with him. And with those conversations, we synthesize this sort of new arc is based on the Arthur legends. And you have this path of you have an apotheosis, but you fall because you think you are very good, but you are not. And so you have to find how to get again what you was born for. And then you go up to the next and higher level of ecstasy. And then you have the finalization. And we identified this sort of arc in not only in chivalry romance masterpieces, but also in modern video games like Zelda and The Witcher. So it's quite common, and you didn't realize that. But anyway, just to show that you have your other options, and perhaps that can help us to make connection between what we can do with music and also with narratives, because this guy called Kurt Vonnegut, I don't know how to pronounce his name correctly, but it's quite interesting that his master thesis was rejected in anthropology, and he said anyway that was the best contribution he did. And he had this insight that with only few emotional shapes you can say anything. And so that's some of the emotion shapes that he proposed, and later on Regan and the others work on it. So I'm going to go back to the idea that I have now a desired arc, I have a path with the arc, but you have first to normalize because you have different time and intention scales, and that's quite easy to do it. And then now I can make some calculations, like to calculate the difference between the two arcs, and also between 2 points in the arc, and also I can compare the entire arcs. This is very important because we want to evolve in the story, and when you are starting event E1, event E2, for some reason enemy pops up and everything will change, or because you stop then decide to help someone and someone gave you another quest. I need a magic potion, please help me, and then you start another branching quest, and what you have at the end is new events, new goals, and you also have new levels of tensions. So you have to trigger another planning process for all the branches. So everything will change. And then you have to pay attention if the new story arc is deviating from the desired one. So I use those calculations to do that. And if you detect you are moving from the desired arc, you have to make some adaptation, and we invented a library of adaptation, and then this can help how to keep the story arc originally designed by the original author. And finally, this branching quest is a tree that you as a designer can propose, but also we try to generate one using some genetic algorithm, and it worked as well very nicely. So that's the idea, but just to make the jump for the next point we would like to present, we started looking for some models. That's a very famous one, the PUC wheel of emotion. At the lab, we proposed a simple one, but what the problem here is that when you try to identify how you are feeling right now, you have a problem because you have a multi-dimensional vector, very difficult to deal with. And so the next idea was, let's move to our arousal and valence model, because in this case you have an independent and linear dimensions, and so it's more easy. And so arousal is the intensity level from sleep to excited, and valence is pleasantness level from misery to pleasure, and it's independent, so that's very, very useful for us, because how pleasant one is feeling gives no information about how calm or activated one feels. So that's very interesting, because I can have a point here that I said that's the current emotion level of the scene. And so based on this, and you have a story arc, a dynamic one, and so you can make the association with the emotions, and when you have the association with the emotion, instantaneously you can make some connections with ideas of music that I ask help for you to say if this makes sense. And for example, if in this part you are happy from the model, and then you can think about light thrills or fast arpeggios or major tonality or whatever. But more interesting is because Gustavo is going to show you that the same model we can apply what he developed with us, using deep learning in order to propose which melody or instruments or whatever you can associate with each one of this part of the arc. And also, Baffa can show the rest of the story, but before that, we were thinking about one player, and we started asking, okay, if I have 100 of them, what am I going to do? So what we did, and that was a very interesting work by Baffa, is, okay, let's work with the personality traits of each individual, and let's work with some measurement of empathy between two individuals. And let's call that this symbol here. And you also have the branches of the possible stories. And also I have the emotional preference space for both the scene, this S, and for each individual. So I can measure how distant each individual is from the emotional point of this scene. And then with some game theory approach, we developed an idea of represent each individual connected by springs, and these springs have parameters that you take in account the empathy and the personality and so on. So you can see how people attract other ones, how I reject someone, and this give you a process that make possible with some techniques solving this system and looking for, I think this is better to explain, that you try to have a maximum expected utility, and that gives you the answer which path is better for thousands of people looking to that scene and what they want next to happen, and how you're going to maximize everyone's expectations. So I think, Baffa, can you show the rest, because I think it's a compliment.
Well, good morning, everybody. So let me change just some my name. But well, in this paper we were trying to solve the problem with the audience. So in what we were thinking about the the preference of the audience as points of a space of preferences. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's better. Yeah. So we were thinking about this space of preferences, and I tried to understand how people can negotiate about one or another preference. So you can attract, to push or pull, related to your empathy. Index. The empathy is about the relationship between the people. So we can have a friend and you can convince, it's more probable to convince a friend about watching the same thing than another person, an enemy. So an enemy will go far from you. So it's another thing. But well, I have some slides here just to provoke some some new ideas about these research. Where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Here. So there are many bouncing balls that are waiting to be kicking. And we have many games about open worlds that they have been created from to the market. And these games, you have this huge map, huge world, and you don't have a specific goal to play with. So you can follow the game, the narrative of the game, but also you can explore the game and see many other things or many other narratives and influence these narratives. So we have this idea of open worlds, but also, well, just showing some maps about open worlds, the maps that were generated by designs, the level designs. Many games actually are doing this, using these huge maps to create many narratives. It's like many neighborhoods. In each neighborhood, you have a different kind of narrative and narrative. But also, there is another thing that we are going to. It's the metaverse. So Facebook just launched this project that's the metaverse, and also maybe from the 2000 year 2005, I'm not sure, we had the Second Life. So we are trying to converge this kind of artificial world, virtual world, and you can play where you can play. We can interact with other people. We can go to maybe some conferences as we have this pandemic timing. So, well, there are many other things you can do. Be a superhero maybe. So now with the advance of the VR Oculus, you can the Oculus, the VR, the Rift, the glasses, another VR glasses, so you can explore more of these things. But also, well, there are many things. There are many bouncing balls, as I told you. For example, we have some studies about the procedural content generation. So we have some methods you can product some kind of narrative or some kind of level design and also some kind of music. So we can generate music using computers. So, for example, imagine a world where all things, all the worlds, all kinds of stuff were created by the computer. So you can have this infinite world, and you can generate places and landscapes and other things based on procedural generation. So a most common technique is the Perlin noise that you can create the terrain about these landscapes, but also there is some papers you create the entire city. So this guy, it's a paper from Alex Nicola and Nate Go that they created this huge city. If you see from the sky, that's this picture, you can see there are many places surrounding others. So it's like to be influenced by the Perlin noise, but also the Perlin noise, the value of the pixels of the Perlin noise can influence the neighborhoods, to have some constraints to create the neighborhoods, to create the buildings, which kind of building is kind of neighborhood. So you can create terrain, you can create the position of the NPCs. NPCs are the agents of your game. It's non-person characters, and you can create the cities. Non-player characters, yes. And you can build the cities. So you can create this level design, positioning every aspect of the places and the cities and the roads. So it's kind of, we have this convergence between this approach of level design and another approach, as Bruno told you, the interactive storytelling. So the difference is that when we're creating the content of level design, You're creating just a 2D surface. So you're positioning the things, the items in the surface, over the surface. But in interactive storytelling, you have also another dimension that is the timing. So you need to have this convergence between the characteristics, the context, and the characters of the story, and also the timing to have this flow of the story, the understandable flow of the story. And well, storytelling is about creating branches. So you can create these scenes, creating these events, and these events have some structure about the context, the history, the events inside this big event, and also the emotional notation you can use. So which scene are related to an emotional notation that is related to a movie genre. So you can classify the movies, you verifying the emotions, the major emotions between the scenes. And also we have some another conversion. It's about the role playing games. So since the 70s, we have some books that you can play by yourself, but you can also have this dungeon master to play with a group. And these groups have an approach to create small paragraphs, and each one is describing a scene, it's describing an event of the history. And some places you can choose to where you can go. So you can choose an action or another, and then you have this bifurcation in this history. So the game books and the role-playing games are similar, quite similar to what we're going to talk about the storytelling, interactive storytelling. You have the events, you have the context, you have the timing, you have to get this flow having some kind of logic continuity. So you need to keep this all together to create a good history. And well, there are many emotion notations. So the most common you can see, and also to music, is the arousal valence, because the arousal valence has two dimensions that are measuring the good and bad feelings, so unpleasant and pleasant feelings, and also the arousal, that's excitation, more or less activated about this feeling, how intense is this feeling. Many kinds of interactive radios use this, and I try to find someone, and I find this moodify. The moodify, you can change the mood, you can choose the mood. Well, the computer will change, you choose for you, but you can change what kind of a mood you are going to have, to listen. And the moodify chooses in your history, in the Spotify, to play the music. So you can change the balance, is the mood, the intensity is the arousal, and also the tempo, it's the danceability. So it's more or less danceability, more or less speed to the music. So if you use this, you can attach this to your account, to Spotify account, and you choose the music based on the mood. Well, also there are another kinds of notations to measure emotions. I guess it's the most famous, it's the Ekman, that it's based to the face of people, the expression of the faces to describe the mood. So he studied how is the relationship between the faces and the mood to create a wheel of emotions, the first wheel of emotions, the relationship between these emotions. That was the base to Plutchik. So Plutchik got this wheel of emotions based on Ekman's, and then proposed the wheel of emotions that you can describe all positive emotions, and also combine these emotions to get more complex ones. So when we were studying, we tried to describe the emotions of the histories, emotion of the relationships in this four-dimensional space to the Plutchik wheel of emotions. So also you can as I told you, we can join some emotions, combining them, you can get this more complex emotion to describe another ones. So it's interesting because we have also the intention, the intensity of the emotion on which axis. So we can describe more and less intensity like the Russell valence, but in this case, more focused on the motion. Well, why I'm telling you all of this? Where is the convergence of all of this? There is a movie that's from 1938 from Sergei Eisenstein called Alexander Nevsky. It's very interesting because he described on the score to the orchestra, the storyboard, but also the dramatic curves to describe the intensity of the scene. So we can use the poetic way of motions as 4 axes to describe these emotions in a dramatic curve, a time series. So based on that, we were studying how to relate the interactive storytelling to these dramatic curves. And then we are trying just to attach the audience, attach the history to the planner that were planning this history. Also, you can, as I told, we can represent the movies or the histories as a two-space gene using these barometric coordinates. So many of the movies can be have a point in this graph just to express how far or how similar is a movie to another. So you can have this space, in this case, 2-dimensional or 4-dimensional, just to cluster all the histories and have the similarity of some histories and have some dissimilarity of the histories. And this is not also in common. So this another website is the Every Noise, is an website that gets music from today, also from Spotify, and clusters this based on the genre of the music, the style of the music. So if you can go to the spaces between north, south, east, and west in this website, you can try to attach a point to this a position, and this position will be the base to get similar or almost similar music to the listener. So it's interesting also because you can have this position of the styles of the music and see what are very quite similar and not so similar. For example, here you have some dance music and boy bands, etc. Here it's more about power rock music with so many progressive sentences. So it's more or less related to heavy metal, instrumental rock, and alternative rock. And these another ones, I was reading this today. I thought it was funny because you have this pop music, Latin music, Brazilian ska, and here you have the batidão romântico. So batidão romântico is quite similar to reggae mexicano. So two different styles of music. So batidão romântico, it's how can I translate this? A romantic romantic punching music, a bit in music, but also the Mexican reggae. It's kind of similar. Finnish reggae, deep reggae. Well, it was very funny, but it's also a very interesting thing. So you can relate these spaces to the people. You can relate these spaces to narratives, but you need to have in count also the timing, the context, to have these logical sentences. So there is a method with this study, that's the time series data mining. The principal method is the dynamic time warping. So the dynamic time warping is a method just to get the patterns in a time series, to align the patterns in a time series. It's being used to recognize speeches, recognize music, and also recognize scores. So you can relate, for example, the waves of the music to the scores, to the sounds, to the genre. That's another thing you can do to discover these motifs of the music of many patterns. So there are some researches about to relate the chromatic scale and pitches to the music, to relate it similar genres, similar sentences, also to plagiarism, to get the similar stuff between different musics, but also to convert the wave, the time series wave of the music, the audio, to do the score. So you can have this automatic methods to to get the alignment, and also to after that have this approach to discover the which score is related to. So just jumping, this is another about this, but I guess that's possible to relate it also to the emotions, because the progression, the chord progressions describes the harmony, can describe an emotion and also nothing. So you have this major chord or minor chord, or the seventh. So the seventh is like a suspense, a surprise, something like that, which prepares to another transition. So maybe it's possible to use this to relate the narrative of the history, to relate the narrative of the music, to relate the emotional progression. And this can be used to choose between many scores. You can have many generated scores, many musics in your data bank. And based on the emotion you need to use to the story or to the game, you can choose which music are you going to play. So it's possible to classify, probably using this kind of for now it's a supposition, but it's probably possible to use this. And also, well, by doing that, use the other information we have as emotion valence in other narratives, dramatic curves to align this information to the music. So there are two possibilities here, I guess we can follow. The first one is to relate the score of the music to the emotion related to the narrative, the narrative curve about this. And another one is also to generate the music based on another memory. So we can have some samples of other music, and you can have some kind of neural network to generate this music. So the best method, as I'm reading for a while, is the autocoders, the LSTM networks using autoencoders. So the autoencoders, you can have the samples of many music. You can reduce those information as some latent variables. So you can classify as tempo, you can classify as scale, music genre, rhythm pattern, and other things, tones, and other things that you can reduce this kind of music related the score, some parts of score using the context. Of course, the LSTM is used also to temporal analysis, problems of the timing, the time series. So you can relate this course, this kind of genre, the relation between the notes to get this context to some latent representation, and then you can use this latent representation to decode and generate another music. There are some approaches using that, and I like this one so much from 2008. So this guy has the code on GitHub, GitHub, and also have this video on YouTube showing that he learned from many role-playing games, video games about RPGs, and the soundtracks of those games were used to learn the relationship between the compass, the notes, and the sentence and the gen. And then he used these dimensional variables here, these latent variables, to choose the quantity of the notes, the quantization, the tone, and different styles about the same music. It's like almost like as he were getting many musics, cutting pieces of many musics and combining them, but not only combining the music, also combining the information of the context, information about how the relationship between the scales and the notes. So this is very interesting work, and it's inspiring us to understand more about how to relate the narrative, the music, the gaming, the content generation, to create a very huge world, all content generated by computer. So we can have this open game to have these experiments. But this is a publication coming soon. So coming soon to a conference near you. Questions about this?
Perhaps better to ask Gustavo to join.
Yeah, of course. Yes, of course.
It's a connection between
yes.
Your last
Our first approach will be explained by Gustavo. He has some results about the content generation, the music generation to the music for games. Gustavo, could you please?
If there are some, well, first, thank you. Three.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. And first of all, I'd like to thank you, Jean-Pierre, for the opportunity to be here and the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. Okay. And what we're going to talk about here is the generation of music for games, integration to the plots of emotions with deep learning techniques. Something just like they just told you about. And this research that we are developing is part of a project that is a partnership between PUC-Rio and LEAP6. And here we develop contents for games, and mostly randomly generated contents for games. And it can vary from random quests and random maps, and mostly what we are going to talk about here, randomly generated music. So our team, we've already heard about it. It's Augusto, Baffa, Bruno, Feijó, Jean-Pierre, and Furtado, that wasn't able to come here today, but he helps us a lot with storytelling. Here we have the table of contents that I won't lose any time with it. And so the main idea that we are going to talk about here is we wanted a way to capture the player's emotion, to map the player's emotion, and use it to generate a custom and personalized music to it. So to do it, we've proposed a system where there would be a client, and that client could be a lot of clients that we could see, like a computer or a mobile game or even a console game. And that client would make a request to a server, and that server maps that feeling. And with the mapped feeling, it can generate music with deep learning techniques and then respond to the client the music itself. To map the player's feelings, we could use a lot of data. In fact, we could use the gender, the age, the average spend per customer, the most used platforms of the player. But we wanted a way that we could keep the map very generic, in a way that we could apply to a wide range of games. So, and we also wanted a way that we could easily see what inputs would be generating what songs. And obviously we wanted to keep it simple, so we chose to go to an approach of two dimensions, as they've already talked with you: the arousal and the valence. So with this model, we have that the arousal would be the intensity level of the feeling that the player is having, and the valence would be if the feeling is negative or positive or neutral, for instance. So with that, we could build a grid with a lot of feelings. In this case, I'm using 9 feelings, different feelings. And in this example, you could see that with a high arousal and a low valence, the player would be feeling angry. So with the feeling mapped, we would actually enter in the generation of the music. So to do the generation of the music, we used a framework of the Magenta, which is a framework built in TensorFlow of the Google, and it has a lot of tools and to generate content itself, but mainly music content. So in Magenta, we tried a few models like the Music VIA, the Music RNN, the GAN Synth model, so in order to generate the music. But after some research and some tests, we ended up choosing the Music Transformer. And we chose the Music Transformer mostly because of its great ability to generate a deeper long-term structure. So with this model, it's an attention model. Even using relative attention model, we were able to get some really fine results. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the Music Transformer. And it's an attention model, but what is attention itself? And basically speaking, the attention would be the capacity to, let's say, to build something like a matrix in which you can measure the relationship of terms. In this case, the relationship of terms in a sentence. So as you can see here, you can have this matrix, and in this matrix, we would be plotting the relationship between words in different languages. So you can see here that some words made a high reference to another ones. And the nicest thing about attention is that you don't have to use it only with different sentences or different musics. You can use the attention itself. So you can build something called the self-attention. And with the self-attention, you can use the sentence to see the relationship between the terms in the sentence itself. So we could solve problems that are commonly very difficult for machines, that, for example, would be to determine that some noun is making reference to some pronoun and something like that. So here you can see that probably the it would be making reference to or the word animal, which is something that machines usually have a really hard time to do. And obviously, this model have a very high performance in natural language, but we wanted it to see that performance for music. So we used the Music Transformer, with the transformer modified by the Magenta project. And the main modification that they did was that the transformer now is using relative attention and relative self-attention in the case, and not absolute. And this helps a lot because when you are talking about music, you want you have a very too much importance in the periodicity and in the rhythm of the sentence and of the notes. So when you are using relative distances to measure the relationship between the tokens, you can better express this periodicity and the rhythm, and you can even extrapolate the size of the samples. And I'll show a little example to illustrate that. Here we have a simple sample.
O microfone aí, que eu vou botar aqui do lado só para ficar melhor para ouvir.
Não está compartilhando com o som, não? Acho que não dá para ouvir, não. We're having just a little trouble. It's going to work now. Acho que não sai. Okay, let's see. Okay, now it's on. So here we have just a very simple sample, and the idea here is to measure the performance of some different models and how they are able to continue that sample generating new songs. Here we have the performance of an RNN. And we can see that although the model starts with a good performance, it quickly forgets about the pattern that he was trying to reproduce. So this happens because the LSTM, the long short-term memory, has a very hard time to keep the memory of the things that he had already seen. And besides that, we also have the problem that the RNN only relies on what they've already seen and not with what they will see. And this is kind of fixed with a bidirectional RNN, but it still has the problem of forgetting about what it has already seen. So other option would be use the vanilla transformer itself. And so let's see the performance. And here we can see that the vanilla transformer starts with even a better performance than the RNN, but at the middle of the sample, it no longer knows what to do because the transformer itself uses absolute values to measure the relationship between the nodes. So it relies on absolute timing of the signal. So all these models were trained with with a data set of half the sample size. So when it came to half the size of the sample, the transformer no longer knows what to do. And here we have the music transformer itself. And here we can see that differently of the vanilla transformer, we were able to generate an acceptable sample with that seed that I showed you before. So to train this transform monster, we were using PUC-Rio. That it's a tool to a lot of things, but the one I used it was for data-driven pipelines. So with PUC-Rio, I was able to generate an automated pipeline where I could train my model from the cloud, and I could have all the control and optimization with it. So the training pipeline I used, mainly I defined a data set with a couple of musics. Then there were a step that I leave it hidden here, that I needed to normalize the name of the musics and do some pre-processing. Then I upload it to PUC-Rio, and then there are some steps that were automatically done there. First, all the MP3 songs were converted to WAV songs. Then they were converted to MIDI songs. Then they were converted to TF records, so the model in the TensorFlow could read it. Then I would train the transformer and download the trained model itself once the training is done. So in all this process, we end up with two problems. One, the music transformer has a sampling that is painfully serial and slow. Since the music transformer needs to evaluate all the relationships between the nodes and to generate the next one, it ends up being a model that is very slowly to generate samples. So we're having a time to generate music in real time. And the other problem that we were having was to efficiently implement a system capable of coherently generating diverse musical genders and types. So how could we be sure that the music transformer would be generating a happy song when it should generate a happy song? So this was something that we saw as a problem. And to solve these problems, we came up with two solutions. The first one, to have the music generation built in layers. So instead of generating one song, we would be generating several layers and playing these layers together in a way that we can easily change all the outputs of the system by simply changing one of these layers or changing the instrument that would be playing one of these layers. And the other solution that we came up was to train specialized models based in each feeling that we would like to have. So instead of having one model that would generate music for all kinds of feelings and genders, we would have one specialized model to generate each kind of music. So we build a state machine, and with that state machine, we have that each state has its own model to generate the music. So we used 3 models, and we also used 3 layers. The models would be more related to the valence that I told you before, and the layers would be more related to the arousal. So each layer would be increasing the arousal in in a linear way. So here we have the resulted scheme. Not by coincidence, it's the same grid that we saw with the arousal valence. And that was one of the reasons that I used 3 layers and 3 models, so that with only the arousal and the valence, we could map one of the 9 feelings. And with this feeling, we can already know what layers would be on and what layers would be off, and also what model would be responsible for that generation. And then we have the implemented system itself that has just a little changes of the proposed system. And mainly what differs here is that after the mapping of the feeling, we wouldn't generate the music itself. Instead, we would fetch a music corresponding to that feeling in a memory, and then with that music fetched, we would attach some metadata like the instruments of each layer and what layer would be on and off, and then send it to the client. And in the meantime, the music generation would be occurring in a parallel way. So once the music generation is done, the memory would be refreshed, renewing the music, the models that were mostly listening before. Okay. Here I would like to show you some result samples that we had, but I recorded them, but the quality is it's not that good. So I'm going to open another project here to try to show you. First, I'll show the Triumph music that we have done. And it's also not living. Not that. Just a second. Okay. Now I think it's going to. Okay, so let's just open. This one is the thriller sample. So the idea is to give a little harsh to the player. Let's see if you like it.
I'll stop it just so as you don't lose that much time. And the final one would be the fear music that I haven't. I like the result, but I'm still working on to make it better. But it's intense, very intense. You can easily make it. Let's see if I can show you just the last one, just to show how I can easily make the. I don't think I'll have it here, but there are some ways of leaving this music a lot more intense using another layer that I've created, but it's not set up, so I can show up to you later if anyone is interested. So here we have some future provocations that I'd like to test and approach it. And one of them I've already told to you, and it's the use of game analytics to improve the system input. So would be to use the that huge amount of data that I told you that we could be using. And the main problem with that is that you lose some kind of the generic of the arousal valence model, because we would be relying on data that may be specific to a game. Other approach that I would very much like to study would be the use of image recognition to improve the process of mapping the player's feeling. So already there already exists some tools and some research about trying to map the feeling of a person by seeing the expression in their faces and their the way they express when they are walking or looking or reading and etc. So I think it would be very nice to have a game that, with access to your webcam or something like that, could use that data to map the feeling that you are having and use it to generate content. And other approach that would be very nice would be try to evaluate infrastructure options to scale up this system, because one of the biggest problems that we had and we tried to solve with the memory was the situation where you have thousands of players trying to generate songs at the same time. So it still is a challenge how to have an infrastructure capable of doing such a huge task. And finally, I end this presentation for you with a sentence that I like it a lot, from Arthur Clarke, and it says, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." And I think it summarizes a lot what we're trying to do here. That is actually try to bring magic to our day-to-day lives with music, and now with computer music. It's that.
Are there comments, questions with the light?
Se quiser mudar para lá. Não,
Pra
tá
pergunta.
vendo aqui. Não, fica difícil assim,
Great,
você baixa pra cá,
uh,
aí fala filho.
yesterday, so perhaps a coincidence, because yesterday we talked a lot about these dramatic curves. I even cited Vonnegut. Because in music, independently of the case or what else, we need also this kind of dramatic curves and things like this. The point I made yesterday, and perhaps you can see the first part of my talk, is that creating good music is fucking hard. It's really, really hard. Even good musicians are not able to create good music. So, and because it's really complex, and layers and layers of decisions and many kind of interactions in different dimensions. So, what I would say to you as a possible path to think about is that, for example, try to better understand, and I guess you are in a good direction. Try to understand what kind of situation, especially what kind of music you are talking about. You know what music has different styles. We have bossa nova, forró, jazz, pop, rock, etc. For example, here, what's the main difference between the examples from Magenta and the last one? In the first example, we are talking about the soundtrack. Okay, things like this, okay? But in the second one, we're talking more about ambient music.
Yeah.
It's a different style and has different purpose. And this kind of thing is convincing. It's interesting. You can do a lot of things in a context of a game. An old opinion of Feijó in this game domain. And I'm sure that this kind of thing can work well. Trying to build soundtracks is risky, very risky, because Magenta is bad musically. It's really bad. Just to say short, okay? And then we discuss a lot here. That's a second possible path. So the first one I see is to concentrate on these situations in a game where you need a certain type of music, then you call ambient game music. I don't know what you call, but will work well, and I think it really can work well. But it's different from creating a soundtrack, more tonal, more harmony, all this, because the human ear is really hard in rejecting things when you go to this field that's more well-known as tonal and structured music. The second path would be to think more about co-creation. That's what we are talking here, because we have to be humble, enough humble to say, okay, we cannot create this Garota de Ipanema, for example, but we can perhaps work with a composer and do things. And for example, yesterday, Bertrand presented here a very interesting system that's basically a very smart scapelet. I'm trying to simplify here. That you can trigger things, you can create things, and all this with patterns used are created by a composer and combine, and you have a lot of different rules you can put. And I think it fits very, very well in the game scenario. But it's a work you do in collaboration with a musician. So if you want to write a soundtrack, a dynamic soundtrack, a non-linear dynamic soundtrack, it could be interesting to look for works as those from background, with the composer writing text, not a score, but a meta score, and the score is associated depending on the events. I think this kind of thing can help you a lot. A third path possible is, for example, Philippe Pasquier yesterday talked about some of the certainly there will be, but about commercial tools that exist now, I think that would be interesting to compare to have at least a judgment of what kind of things they are doing now. I don't know, so I cannot say that they are good or bad, but they exist. Okay, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, what do you suggest in order to have the same situation in narrative when you have an author and then you let the user just to contribute, and that gives you the sensation of something classic to. Is that possible? Do you think is that possible?
Yeah, I think this is that possible, but in the case of the narrative and interactive storytelling, you have already the actions you expect from the users. So the user, I don't think that they need to participate with the creation of the music as part of the immersion process. I think they can be enough engaged without participating from the music, just choosing what they do, who they kill, and that's it, for example. But it's clear that music can have a good influence, a very strong influence on the emotions as the story is going on. And yes, I think you have to understand a bit more. You did a great work on this, trying to characterize all kind of curves and situations, etc. I think that we can do a lot, even talking about music in the sense more classical as Gustavo developed. And again, for example, sound effects is a very smart thing. Can help a lot. You can think about music. I'm talking about a different style of music, trying to get far from the Garota Clubbing type, let's say like this. So sound we have in a Garota Clubbing on one side, and we have sound effects in the other. But perhaps between two, you can have different kind of musical experience. I don't call them songs, but music experience. So a sound effect is something. An ambient sound music is something. But perhaps between ambient music and soundtracks, you can have something that helps the involvement of the engagement of the user, the player, but it's not too hard to do in terms of music. I think you need to start to think out of the box and think of what kind of thing you can really do and that can really disjoin the talk from the Giordano to try to understand the problem we have. What kind of thing can really impact the player, the user, without necessarily choosing before that we need some kind of Gustavo in order to be happy. No. We can perhaps do something much more simple, but still effective to influence the user during the storytelling. That's the point I'm trying to do. I know that so it's clear, but I can explain possibly later.
I don't know.
I have another question.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, I agree a lot with you. I think that there is a very.
Just to say, I talk a lot about Garota Tulema. It was my example yesterday.
I'm going to use it too, and I think that there really is a huge discrepancy between the music that we are generating and Garota de Ipanema music, because it's another world. It's hugely more complex. So, but I think that the nice thing about games is that a great number of them, you really don't need a Garota de Ipanema.
Sure.
So we could have like pixel art and other kinds of games that it's a very simple soundtrack. And I think that for these types of game, there is a lot of space to implement it. But yeah, you don't have how to run away. I was talking yesterday with Nathan, and we were talking exactly about that the ideal world, we would be having the best of both worlds. We would have musicians and the machines at the same time. And is that what we've been talking about all the yesterday and today? So yeah, I very much agree with you.
Yeah, sorry. There's a part of the band, and I completely agree too. I just want to remind, actually, to say that we started this project just a few months ago. And Gustavo's work has started, it's just 2 months, 3 months. So we're just starting, and Gustavo, I think, made a wonderful starting for experiment. We are not pretending to, we're still looking for the issues. And there is some kind of technical a priori, because at some point you need to start with something. Otherwise, you just do metaphysical, you know. And we're just starting. I'm completely new in the game. These people are new in the music, so we're just starting to see what's the mapping. And because I come with my humble knowledge for the moment, so deep learning, we started. Okay, let's try to see what we can do with it. So you see, you really have to.
But the results are for this kind of use.
Yeah.
The results are very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
And as you mentioned, the point, the issue is not to don't pretend to do Shostakovich music, etc. It's more, as you said it, like ambient music to emotionalize in a way the player, to provoke. So we're just starting, and this idea of from Gustavo and Augusto, Baffa, everyone says Baffa, and Bruno of this arousal analysis, I think it's really the idea, because we conjecture about this issue of mapping, basically how to map the two art, dramatic art. And then we just time. So please take it as the first step. But we agree with you. I completely agree.
Don't criticize this for their works, just magic, just.
No, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Try to become just
if your character, as you can choose your avatar, choose somehow your musical style, and not just melody or motif, as you said, like in Wagner opera or like in Pierre Leloup, Prokofiev, which is the most pedagogical, where every character has a motif. But it's not just a motif; it's a style. So it could be a rhythmic style, it could be whatever. As the integrator, this is melodic, but in the flow composer, etc. So a priori, exactly, deep learning, machine learning could be any kind of motives, which could be. Yeah. So that was the intuition. Okay. Why using machine learning for to do some personalization, and exactly as Giordano said, then work on this kind of the mappings or the anti-mappings, mapping in general sense for provoking the player or whatever.
Yeah, but I have a counter argument.
Great.
If you are playing in a medieval environment, you choose to have an master legend, and you don't have to choose the music. If you are in a medieval environment, of course, it's logical. It makes sense for the people who design the score and design the scenario and design the graphics to have something which, in the same way, reflects something medieval. If you go hard rock, you can. But it was not the goal. It was not the goal of the designer for me.
But there is now a behavior known in some players which are ignoring the music from the game
growing
and just playing Spotify or whatever.
while they play the game.
Even if it's medieval.
Yes, but when you play the game, you don't choose the environment of the game. You buy Zelda, so you need to play the environment of Zelda. If you play, I don't know, something which is related to science fiction, you want to have the same some UFO flying and so, and not a medieval people with a mark and a bow.
Just before passing to I read, because I'm really completely yes to games, but I read that there is a new game which is a kind of planet exploration, and actually every planet can have its own style.
Consider content generated
music, not just laws of gravity or whatever. And so it's completely open. Yeah. So it's not like a medieval game where everything should be medieval. Then it depends on the game.
No, I agree that so that depends on the game design. If you have a project in the game design and you are focused on the design, you can go to the Giordano steps.
Yes.
I have an answer to but I think I will let my presentation this afternoon answer quite a number of those questions. We'll see what you guys think.
Okay.
We'll be able to bomb me with questions then.
So let's get lunch and then wait for come back for
one obvious answer for that is that games are not linear. This is the main problem. So you may have a 23 hours experience playing a game. So if you have a single piece of music, like being repeated, etc., after a while the experience gets really annoying. So this is normally the first motivation of using this kind of technology for games, is that the experience is completely different because you don't have the control of how much time people will be.
Yes, but by today, we just need to propose a system which works for very long hours.
Just to make a publicity here, we had a student who sent a paper to the SP Games, and this phenomenon is true. There are a lot of players that now mute the soundtrack of the game. Yeah, it's a reality. And you listen to music to Spotify. What did you do? In fact, we work with game designers to define four situations, not more than that. Just 4 situations. and some also geographical triggers, and then we get the style of the preference of songs from Spotify, and we are playing the song, listen to Spotify, and you have some triggers on this situation that plays the song of the Spotify that correspond to this one of the four situations, but on the style of the player. And that a paper we published in the ESP Games, for example, this year. So there are some different paths, but I think it's very good what you're doing. But
yes,
perhaps thinking of less situations could help to have more clear differences.
Gustavo wants to answer.
Just trying to help.
But here I have a dilemma. So we can, the company can pay to the composer or can use a free system to compose all the music. So what is better? Which one's better to invest in the music or to have a system?
Today it's investing.
But depends, for example, as it's dynamic, you cannot find a solution only based on composing.
Yes, of course.
It must be hybrid in certain way.
I made some notes here. For some things that were seen, and I think there were some very, very good feedback. And one of the things that I noted here is regarding that we could use a lot of layers, like to have the mood of the game and everything. It's an awesome idea. We already thought about it, but I didn't have the time to implement it. But what I was planning to do would have the state machine at this moment has only one level, but the main idea would be a multi-layer state machine. So you could have like the mood of the game, and inside the mood of the game, you could have other layers, and at the end you would have the finite layers and the models that would be generating the music. So it's just one approach to try to solve this problem. I think it's the way to try to break the music composition in several layers. Another thing that I came up here out of the box with the feedback you gave, that we could have the inputs coming from most than one source. So we could have the inputs of the feeling coming from the game plot and for the journey of the player, and we could have another input from the map of the game, and we could have from the feeling that the player is having. So another one for their personality and their culture, and then we could have like an equation to try to find an average or a value that could summarize all of these feelings that he could be feeling. So it would be a way to try to minimize that problem that you said, that maybe the player is sad and he is in a sad part of the lane. So you won't have a music that is too much sad. It's already very much sad. So we could try to do it so as to try to avoid that. And another thing that I think it would be very nice to have is to solve that problem where we have to several players all different of each other, and we are trying to make a map of what music is relating to what feeling. And maybe we don't have to do that mapping. We could ask for the user in the start of the game or something like that. We could show him a sample of music and ask him, like, what feeling are you having? And with that answer, we could rearrange that grid that I showed you and make the music generation even more special to that layer. And I think the last one would be like the reason I think that they've already brought some reasons that we are trying to use machine learning in the generation of music for games. And I believe that the main reasons would be the customization of the music, as they've already said, the variability of the music too, they've already said also, because you can have an infinite range of music that would be always playing something new. You would be in some routine where in this situation always you are always listening that music. For games like any or RPG that a lot of times have, for example, music related to the region of the map that you have. So sometimes it's very boring to be listening to the same thing because you are always in that place. And I believe that the biggest reason to do it is what I think Baffa told you first. It's the budget of the generation of music. I'm doing another presentation about a way to make this a product. And in this study, I've seen that in average, 15% of the budget of a game is spent in musical generation, musical content in general. So for most games in 2017, for example, we have that most of the biggest games are varying in a range of $1 million to $100 million of budget. So if you are talking about 15% of that budget, we would be talking about $150,000 or $15 million spending musical content. So if we could at least diminish that amount to, I don't know, to have the musical creation with a machine and being supervised by some musicians, I think that we would already be a lot for the budget of the game.
Gustavo, can I just comment in this
Yeah,
last
of course.
part? It's important in this case, I think, to check if the design of the game wants a personalized music or if it's like a generic music. Because if it's not important that the music is particular for this game, it's just the emotion that it drives, you have another competitors like royalty-free music. I remember because I got a music game company. And I remember a particular game where we had exactly this problem. It was like a race game, it was not a musical game. And the composition process would be really expensive for our lab. In the end, it was like just 2% of the value to buy a really professional royalty-free pack with 10 songs, really well recorded, really well composed, completely professional, for like was $10 each, and it was like wow. In half an hour we got the problem solved. But for us, it was not important to have a musical identity. The sound design was only a good music to play there, and if it's being played in a commercial or whatever, we don't care. So it's important to check with the industry what are the case, because if the cases have identity, this pushes you to have more work, for example, in style modeling, etc., to bring identity, particularity, etc., for your songs.
Yeah, and one other thing, you mentioned that 15%, but it is possible to have this budget, but there are some indie companies that they don't have any of these budgets. It's not a question of having a budget, so you can end up with no music at all because the company is short. And that was one of the problems that we mentioned in the paper we just published in SDA. That maybe some of these tools, because Baffa was saying that it's not that easy to hire a musician. And if there is no money, some some companies that are just startup companies. So that's a good point to have this kind of machine helping composing. The other thing is about the human AI generated music or machine learning generated music. Why use AI and why use machine learning? And why use deep learning? You have different things that maybe we're just packing and just saying that everything is the same. We have methods that could cover everything you said without being deep learning. You could spend a lot of time studying, for example, the rules of music to try to make a rule-based approach. Maybe there's the same amount of time that you're spending trying to calibrate to use different models. I don't know, but there are some other approaches that Giordano was mentioning, Markovian, the board approach. And my question is, why exactly deep learning? Why exactly deep learning?
And Jean-Pierre will be happy. It's like the copy of other songs. So the question of the rights of a song with models like Markovian models and etc. is are models that are much likelier to have some parts copied from another and everything. So you have some studies that point that you could use these models, but with a machine learning approach, you could better.
So you're just saying that you use deep learning to mask the copy. It's not that.
No. But with machine learning, you could avoid. You could try to control the amount. Yeah, you could be more certainty that you are not copying someone else's work. You are trying to generate a new song and not copy the work of another musician.
But even though you're using some basis, some database.
But yeah.
At first, I'm the one responsible, so I take full responsibility. Because, well, that's a technique I learned recently, and there are some also reasons. Not just I know, and maybe quickly add some slides about that, discussion with François, etc. So, for instance, Markov chains. Markov chains are much simpler, but they tend to recopy part of the corpus, which creates a problem for the copyrights, as was said. With a very smart Markov chains, with the work of François Pachet and Pierre Roy, you can control the order, maximum and minimum order, in order to avoid, because Markov chains, if you have a low order of the Markov chain, basically it creates a lot of junk, which sometimes composers like, because it's exactly, it's random. So sometimes it's, of course, it makes things very surprising, but also a lot of junk. If you make a very high order Markov chain, then it will basically recopy parts of the corpus, which creates problem of plagiarism, not only aesthetically, etc., but also even the copyright problems. And there is some jurisprudence in the United States that discovered that there was somebody was, I don't remember, somewhere, processed with only 3 consecutive notes. Imagine. so of course, there will be judgment against that. But anyway, but even if you with the constraints, Markov constraints, it doesn't
enforce that you will recreate something already existing, which was outside of the corpus, because the corpus is not. And so deep learning, it works with correlation, not just sequences. So it's less prone to doing some recopy. It doesn't work with segments, recopying and reassembling the segments of the corpus. So it's less prone to plagiat. But again, it doesn't. The only way to make sure is to do some check, which as Giordano said, this is the most fun part. For the computer. And so yesterday I tried to say also, so in that sense, it's very much more performant than, which is a quality, but which is also a problem, of course, in terms of. So I don't say deep learning is perfect. It's true. It's doing some impressive results. It has its. You can publish a lot of papers.
And now
just
kidding. And now it's quicker and easier to put something good to play using deep learning than using old stuff like rules, etc.
Sure. Yeah, and rules. Philippe, you said
are already
rules are to
created.
Philippe, you said the time to because deep learning is not for free. You need to tune the architecture, etc. This is true. This is not like magic. But writing the work of Jacques Cabral. Jacob and Verdal, yes. All the, I mean, and the work of Gébert. Gébert did a symbolic, he wrote the rules by hand, and wow, it's a lot of work, and as I said, a lot of points, etc. So there's no, I mean, for now, it's true that it's, so let's try, let's see where we go. But don't saying we don't put. At least I can speak about myself. It's an experiment. I'm very grateful to my colleagues and friends and Gustavo. In a very short time already has some first. You know, I like Michel Feynman who says what I don't create I don't understand. So. Like François, I try to build up something, you know, just to get a better figure about what the problems, what etc. And not thinking yet about the industry, etc. Guys, you said a lot of very constructive. We don't need to.
But I congratulate. It was not any criticism about it.
It's just a challenge.
Just a point
It was hard debate. The point is, in 3 months, I just mentioned before, the time you're spending using deep learning model, maybe you wouldn't have the results you have today if you're spending that time in rule-based system, isn't it? Like the effort would be much higher than that. So that's an answer for my question. So in 3 months, you have something already very impressive, and in all the approach wouldn't have.
It's like progress.
I have a disclaimer also in this case.
My disclaimer concerning Magenta is not me that said that it's the creator of Magenta that recently said that it was bad musical. So that's okay. I agree.
That's true. That's true.
I agree with him.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. This was really discussive session, which is exactly the opposite. So I think we'll be back at 3 and not 2. Gustavo.